All right, Levi Bacher was the first one done out of Leaf River in the 14, which is on the pit side. He went 271 and 77 and turned it down. And Jim Ludwig in 10-8 and 8 just went 279 and 73. On the grandstand side. Is that better over there? Everybody, okay, got thumbs up. All right, here we go. We're gonna blast you out. Janie Cantu on the grandstand side in her 10,000 pound turbo tractor, naturally aspirated. And on our 14 turbo side, we believe this is Logan Miller on the John Deere 4430, I hope. Let's hear it for Janie, 291 and 62. If I could get a thumbs up if this is Logan Miller on the infield side. Maybe not. 265.95. You see it, 302 and 6, 302 and 6. On the 14 turbo side, I believe this is going to be Tucker Lanaw in a John Deere 4455. $274.09 for Tucker Linaw. Dylan Colbert out of Freeport, you're up next on the John Deere 4840.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you're having a really nice night. I'm Morgan Samaria, your 2026 Miss Winnebago County Fair Queen. Keep enjoying Fair Week, keep enjoying your night, and hope you enjoy the tractor pulls.
Hello, everyone. I'm Khaleesi Sutherland, your 2026 Junior Miss Winnebago County. I wish everyone the best of luck, and I hope you guys enjoy your night.
Good evening, guys. I'm Logan. I'm from Winnebago, and I'm your Winnebago County Fair Queen. Little Miss. Now, Lloyd.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Haley Powers. I'm your 2026 Junior Miss First Runner-Up. I hope you're having an amazing night and having a bunch of fun.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cecilia Graves. I'm your 2026 Second Runner-Up Junior Miss. I'm so excited to watch the show tonight, and I hope you are too.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lennox Helt. I am your 2026 Little Miss First Runner-Up. Hi, I am Eliana Sweeney. I am your 2026 Little Miss Second Runner
Let's give all our young ladies a warm welcome and congratulations. They're waving at you, folks. On the 14,000-pound turbo side, we're going to have, let me see here, Diller Colbert out of Freeport, John Deere 4840. Looking at that distance at 274.09.
Just a reminder out there in the pits, let's make sure that the PI Motorsports Hot Farm Tractors are lined up. PI Motorsports Hot Farm Tractors, you are the next class up on the announcer side of the track.
277 and 38 for Dylan Colbert. That's your new leader officially in the 14,000-pound class. On the grandstand side, we're going to the 10,500-pound, too hot to farm. Owen Alt out of Sublette, Illinois, in the high crop special. John Deere 4620. 16-year-old Owen Althouse. Brand new tractor this year. Handful of hooks. Doing really well with it. There you see it at 317 and 99, 317 and 99 for Owen Althouse. This is our Gunther Heritage Diesel 10,500 too hot to farm class on the grandstand side. On the infield side, we should have Noah. Sled is good, turned it down on the grandstand side. Owen's coming back last. Noah Spooner out of Leaf River in the John Deere 4630 is going to be up next on the 14 turbo class on the infield side. $266.05. Two left to go on our 14,000-pound turbo class. On the grandstand side, we've got John Winton out of Montino on the IH 1466. He calls the casual hookup. He will be the first measurable distance for the class in our 10,500-pound Gunther Heritage Diesel Too Hot to Farm class. These guys pulled last night over to Whiteside County right before they got a little rain delay over there. .321 and 58, 321 and 58, 26.7 miles an hour. If he was in the school zone, it would be a ticket. On the infield side, it's going to be Elijah Ellis out of Lanark on the case 930. And then we'll go back up to Levi Bacher. He'll round out the class. So infield side, 2 more tractors. .272 and 76, 272 and 76. Up next on the grandstand side is going to be Chris Melkow out of Monroe, Wisconsin, the IH 1466. Three, 15 and 14, 315 and 14. Rounding out our 14,000-pound turbo class on the infield side is going to be your first hook. This was Levi Bacher. He went 271 and 79 on the first attempt. We'll see what happens on his second attempt. 275 and 12. 275 and 1-2.
All right, awesome. On the pit side of the track here, we're going to be switching over to the PI Motorsports Hot Farm Tractors. We were here this afternoon and put a fantastic show on for everybody. We are back again tonight with our same 5 classes ready to run down the track for you. Hot Farm Tractors will be next up here on the pit side of the track. Just a shout out to my PI drivers out in the pits. After this hot farm class on the pit side track, we're going to be moving into those light limited pro tractors. Light limited pros should be all lined up as well.
On the grandstand side, this is going to be Mr. Alec Cook out of Princeton on a tractor he calls Patience. .311 and 64, 311 and 64 on the right. On the grandstand side, it's going to be Josh Nevery out of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin on IH 1066. Looking at that distance of 321 and 58.
First up tonight, Tony Sen out of Fox Lake. We are ready for you out on the track. Tony Sen, our first polar tonight. His 1976 IH 966 called the Swiss Miss. All right, it looks like we have 8 tractors here in the PI Hot Farm class ready to roll for you tonight. We got Tony in the driver's seat, buckling in, ready to roll down the track. Great to see these tractors back out on the track this evening. They put on an awesome show this afternoon. We had a lot of fun. Glad everyone stuck around. It looks like we added a few more pullers into our classes. We got green and looking for the green on the other end. Nice run for Tony tonight at 309.84, 309.84, 27.2 miles per hour.
On the grandstand side, we're going to have Mr. Patrick Althouse out of Sublette in the John Deere 4320. He calls the bow tie special. This is actually Owen Althouse's dad that you see. He was the first hook. Father-son team here, 2 different tractors. 3:21 and 58 is that distance that they're looking for. .26 and 46 for your new leader for Patrick Althouse and the bow tie special.
Onto the track next, we have Rod Hagan out of Broadhead, the Hustlin' Harvester, 1973 IH 1066.
Give me your top 3 on your 14,000-pound turbo. 3rd place going to go to Tucker Leonard. 2nd place going to go to last hook, Levi Bacher, and your winner is going to be Mr. Dylan Colbert with a distance of 2:77 and 38.
26.9 miles an hour.
Up next, on the grandstand side is going to be Mr. Levi Cook out of Princeton, and a tractor he calls the Sexy 66. Need a pull-off tractor on the infield side, please. Pull off on the infield side. .307 and 23, 307 and 23 for the 66.
Next up tonight in the PI Hot Farm, we have John Elner out of Belleville, Wisconsin. His John Deere 4020 called Counter Attack. Distance tonight at 286.29, 286.29.
On the grandstand side, one of the best names for a tractor I've heard in a long time. This is Dan Reagan out of Montino. Should have been a diamond. Not sure if he named it or for his wife or future wife or whatever, but that's the name of this tractor. Should have been a diamond, IH 966. 325 and 93, 325 and 93, just a little bit short of the bow tie special.
Next up on the track, we have Rich Sutter out of Stoughton. His 1976 IH 1466 overfueled.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you parked on the pit side and you have a Toyota Camry, license EQ89817, you need to move. Again, it's a Toyota Camry, license plate Illinois EQ89817. You park right in front of the path.
All right, and there we go in the PI Hot Farm, a new leader, Rich Sutter, 316.40, 316.40, 27.1 miles per hour, taking over that #1 spot with 4 pullers remaining here in the class.
Again, if you have that Toyota Camry, please move it. You're right in the way. They said they have equipment out there that can move it for them. You're right in the pathway of where they need to get their trucks and tractors through. Thanks in advance. On the grandstand side, we should have Mike Kelsvig out of Blue Mountain, Wisconsin on the IH 1466. He calls pitter patter on our Gunther Heritage Diesel Too Hot to Farm 10,500 pound class. Looking at that distance of 326 and 46 to the right. .304 and 66, 304 and 66 for the Pitter Patter IH 1466.
Next up here, we have Darren Van de Zandy out of Waupun with an IH 1466. Our leader in the Hot Farm class right now is at 316 feet. 325.41 at 28.1 miles per hour.
On the 10,500 pound, too hot to farm is going to be Mr. Mike Bates out of Rockton in the 1971 John Deere 4620. He calls the next generation nightmare. .305 and 54 for Mike Bates and the next generation nightmare.
On the PI Hot Farm side, we have 3 pullers remaining here in the class. We should have those light limited pro tractors lined up and ready to go. Onto the track now, we have Steve Struder from Waterford with his Ford 8630, the Blue Viper. .96, 27.8 miles per hour.
On the grandstand side, we got Mr. Ian Radke out of Washington, Illinois on the over-engineered 1066. He was your winner last night, just less than 24 hours ago down at the Whiteside County Fair. So we'll see if Ian's got it again. We've got about 6 left to go in our Gunther Heritage Diesel 10,500 pound. Too hot to farm. $341 and 85 for your new leader on the Too Hot to Farm side.
Next up on the pit side, we have Brian Ebert out of Sauk City. Drunk and confused. His IH 14 is 66. Trying to hit that 329-foot mark before we wrap this class up with the last two bullers. Shutting it down tonight at 284.40, 284.40, 24.4 miles per hour.
On the grandstand side, we got Caden Shank out of Dixon, Illinois, and a good looking forward, TW20. He calls the Outcast. .320 and 61, 320 and 61 for Caden Shank and the Outcast.
Wrapping up that PI Hot Farm class, coming onto the track, we have Cole Cook out of Burlington. His John Deere called Color My World. This tractor is our current points leader for the 2026 bulling season. We'll see what he can do tonight. Right now, we're aiming to beat that 329. Track to 312.04, 312.04 at 20. 26.6 miles per hour.
On the grandstand side, we got Mr. Jeff Hart out of Shabana, Illinois, in the John Deere 4010. He calls the Rusty Buck. Looking at that distance that Ian Radke put down at 3:41 and 85. Jeff Hart goes 2:47 and 92, 2:47 and 92.
And those final standings in the PI Motorsports Hot Farm class, in third place tonight was Rich Sutter at 3:16.40. Second place, Darren Van de Zande at 3:25.41. And in first place was Steve Struder at 3:29.96.
We got 3 to go in our 10,000 pound, 500 pound Gunther Heritage Diesel. Too hot to farm, 10,500 pound class.
Next up on the pit side will be the PI Motorsports Light Limited Pro Tractors. Looks like our first competitor is fired up and ready to come out onto the track. First in line here for our class, we have Dustin Dane out of Brandon. His IH 1466 called the Boomerang.
On the grandstand side, hailing out of Walnut, Illinois, is going to be Mr. Ed Gunther. On the Alice Chalmers 210, he calls Alice Unchained. Ed's the proud sponsor of the 10,500 pound, Too Hot to Farm Gunther Heritage Diesel class. Here we go, Ed Gunther, Alice Unchained. Nice hook at 3:23 and 30, 3:23 and 30.
All right, on the PI side, again, we have Dustin Dane out of Brandon with Boomerang, ready to our first puller here in the light and limited pro tractor class. Behind them, it looks like we have our 3.0 diesel trucks lined up and ready to go. Dustin's distance tonight to start out the class at 3:08.88, 3:08.88 at 26.6 miles per hour.
Rolling up next on the grandstand side, hailing out of Malden, Illinois on the IH 1066 he calls Gypsy Road is going to be Mr. Tom Fultz. And then we have one left to go after Tom, and we're going to get to our 6,000-pound light super stock tractors. Green lights and green flags for the grandstand side, and Tom Fultz on Gypsy Road. Tom goes 3:17 and 99, 3:17 and 99. One to go in our 10,500-pound Too Hot to Farm. Oh, that's right, we got two guys. We got Josh Nevery's going to come back too.
On the PI side of the class, our next puller is Tom Yost out of Omro, the good time binder, his IH 1066. Run for Tom, taking over the lead at 3:14.52, 3:14.52, 27.1 miles an hour.
Looks like we're going to have Josh Nevery out of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin in the IH 1066 coming back. And then we'll round out the class with Owen Althouse. Distance 341 and 85 is the distance to beat on the grandstand side. He's almost back to Wisconsin, 350 and 77. That's your new leader with 1 to go, Owen Oldhouse on the high crop special.
Next up here in our light limited pro class, we have Oscar Pfeiffer from Rosendale, Wisconsin, the live action IH 10-66. Shut down before that 100-foot mark. Let's see if he's going to back it up and give it another try. They're running out there to him and they're going to find out what's going on. Yep, okay, we're backing Oscar Pfeiffer back up. They shut it down before that 100-foot mark. That is the thing to do if something is not quite right, and he got that done. So backing him up and we're going to give him another run.
All right, we got Owen Oldhouse on the high crop special on the grandstand side. We'll see who they're going to let go first. Nope, we're going grandstand side first, I guess. .332 and 12. Nice hook. Steph will hit a button for me and I'll give you the top 5. Our Gunther Heritage Diesel, 10,500 pound, too hot to farm.
It looks like we have Oscar Pfeiffer all set there here. Our next up tractor in the limited pro class. See what he can do, get a better run going here on that second time down. 307.49, 26.6 miles an hour.
Your top 5 of the 10,500 pound. Gunther Heritage Diesel, 5th place gonna go to Dan Reagan. Should have been a diamond. 4th place gonna go to Patrick Althouse in the bow tie special. 3rd place gonna go to Owen Althouse on the high crop special. Did I skip one? Nope, right there. Ian Radke, 2nd place, over-engineered, and your winner, Josh Devery, 350 and 77 is your champion right here, your 2026 Winnebago County Fair. Going to 6,000 pound light super stock tractors on the grandstand side, Steve Devine. And the Alice Chalmers 190 he calls Money Hungry, hailing out of Oregon, Illinois. Steve will be the test hook. First tractor in every class is the test hook. They have the option to take it, turn it down, and come back last, or come right back. Here we go, Steve Devine, 6,000 pound light super stock tractors. And 55 for Steve Devine.
Next up here on the other side of the track, we have Dustin Dane again, deja vu from Brandon, living the dream, his Ford 8000. This will be his 2nd run down the track. He's running 2 tractors in his class. So Dustin Dane with a living the dream.
We're good, grandstand side. That's the first 350 and 55.
There we go, Dustin Dane, 305.48, 305.48, 26.9 miles an hour.
On the grandstand side out of Toluca, Illinois in the 1989 New Holland TM190, they call highly addictive. It's going to be Mr. Dalton Bain. 2:14 and 42. 28.6 miles an hour.
Next up here in our light limited pro is Andy Wack out of Manitowoc. Current state of mind, his case IH 7150. We have 3 tractors remaining here in this class, and our leader is still the second puller at 314 feet.
On the grandstand side, we got Mr. Roy Book out of Morrison, Illinois in the 2090 case. He calls 2090 case. Roy Book wheels up, goes 291 and 87, 291, 87, 24.5 miles an hour.
Next up here, we have Scott Kozabuski out of Pine River, Wisconsin. Teacher's pet, his John Deere 4620. Looking to get way out there to beat Andy at 343 feet. 2 pullers left here to go in this light limited class. 3:16.93, 3:16.93, 27 even. Puts him into second place with one tractor behind him.
On the grandstand side, out of Caledonia, Illinois, in the I-666, he calls into its batter. It's going to be Mr. Craig Harnish. And for all you that don't know, this is being streamed live on Moose's Truck and Tractor Pulling YouTube page. It will be, whoa. 292 and 99 for Craig Harnish, and the inches matter.
Last but not least this evening, out onto the track, we have our current 2026 points leader in the light limited pro class, Todd Koss, all the way from Kewaunee, Wisconsin. His IH-1066, a red pressure. He is aiming to get down to the end to beat that leader mark at 3:43. miles per hour.
On the grandstand side, hailing out of Oregon, Illinois, in his second entry in the white 120, he calls the Silver Express. It's going to be Mr. Steve Devine.
And wrapping up that light to limited glow class tonight in third place was Scott Kazabuski at 3:16.93. Second place was Todd Koss at 3:31.29. And first place was Andy Wack at 3:43.45. On the PI side of the track, we should have those Pro Farm tractors lining up. We have 5 diesel trucks to run, and we'll be moving into those PI Pro Farm tractors.
He's going to run back to the pits and check something out. He might be back last. We'll see, Steve Devine. So that's going to leave Jeremy Nelson out of Byron on the T7 210. He calls Thunderstruck will be up next on the grandstand side. Looks like we're making a sled adjustment on the infield side. Just got word Steve Devine will not be back. He's broke. Unfortunately, let's give him a tough luck round of applause for Steve Devine. Great guy. If you ever meet him, he does all this almost by himself. Runs 2 tractors, sometimes 3. We got the Thunderstruck rolling out. Again, out of Byron, Illinois. And the T7 210 Thunderstruck, Mr. Jeremy Nelson. Tell you a quick story about Jeremy. He had a really, really rough ride over in Oregon, Illinois a couple weeks ago and basically destroyed the whole front end of this tractor. Got it all back together. He said he's just looking to go A to B tonight, so he actually totally... I just got word from the security. There is no smoking in the grandstands. No smoking allowed in the grandstands, please. Just... If you can smell it in the air, that's a little grape smell, and it looks a little different. This is alcohol burning. Again, Jeremy just wants to make a good pass, A to B. We'll see if he goes with that or if he just lets her fly. Three big turbos in there trying to get him to spool up. He got her shut down before the 100-foot.
On the PI side of the track, we're ready to kick off those 3.0 diesel trucks tonight. Chris Richoff from Esmond, Illinois. Symphony of Destruction. His 2000 Ford will be our first puller here in the class. All right, Chris is ready to kick off our 3.0 diesels. Symphony of Destruction. not good when it looks like we have issues on both sides of the track. It looks like we need a pull-off on the pit side of the track here. The diesel truck is looking for a pull-off. All right, looks like we have a tractor coming out for the pull-off on the pit side of the track for the diesel truck, please.
Yep, we got a pull-off coming for Jeremy as well. Let's give them both a tough luck round of applause. That's what they're out here to do tonight. They both could come back at the end of the class. They get her figured out.
All right, not what Chris was looking for a second run of the day. He had a nice run earlier today, this afternoon, in our first show. Being the first puller, we'll see if he has anything that he can adjust or take a look at and maybe come back at the end of the class. All right, next up here in our 3.0 diesel class, we have Dan Johnson from Edgerton. His 2000 Ram he calls a Dynamite. He will be our first official puller with a distance on the board for this class. We have 4 trucks total to go here in this class. Behind them, we should have the PI Pro Farm tractors lined up. Johnson with Dynamite.
Who turned out the lights? On the grandstand side, we got Mr. Mark Kelsey on the Just Add Dirt. IH 1256, looking at that distance of 3:14 and 42. Into the darkness at 3:48 and 70. 33.8 miles an hour. He could almost beat my truck going down the track. Mark Kelsey, Just Add Dirt, track builder extraordinaire. If you need something to do come February or March, he has an awesome event down in Satsuma, Florida at the Just Add Dirt Motorsports Park. We'll see if Jeremy can come back. He said he's going to try and get her fixed. He's over there in the staging lanes.
Next up here on our diesel side of the track, we have Chad Harbison coming out tonight from Belvedere, Illinois. His 96 Dodge called Stimulus Package. Chad is the current points leader for this 26 season. They have one more pull after tonight. Next week, they're wrapping up their season in Elkhorn at the Walworth County Fair. He's holding on to the lead in points with another win would help him get that a little farther ahead tonight.
Looks like Jeremy Nelson's getting back in the tractor. I think they got her fixed. He'll be the last hook in our 6,000-pound light super stock tractor class. And then we're going 6,200-pound super stock trucks.
All right, Chad Harbison hooked up, ready to go. 3.0 diesel, taking her down the track, looking for the green flag. All right, nice solid run there for Chad down the track. 321.85, 321.85. 27 even for speed, rocks him into second place with 2 more trucks to go.
Looks like Jeremy's got her fired up there in the staging area. I think right now we're looking to see which puller we can get out onto the track first. Possibly it looks like our diesel truck's coming on out. So next up here we have Scott Atwater from German Valley, Illinois. His 96 Ram called Bad Timing.
Shooting for a distance down the track at 3:23 as our leader. The first official distance in this class is sitting at 2 trucks remaining here in our diesel class. Behind them, our Pro Farm tractors will be lined up and we're ready to roll.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Jeremy Nelson a good round of tough luck round of applause over here in the Thunderstruck. Ain't gonna be able to make the call tonight. So I'll get you the rundown for our 6,000-pound light superstock tractors as we get ready to go into our Legacy Ag Whirly Custom Fab 6,200-pound superstock trucks.
There we go, a nice run there for Scott at 294.43, 294.43 at 25.5 miles an hour.
Give you a rundown of our 6,000-pound light superstock. Steve Devine, 7th place. Jeremy Nelson, 6th place. Steve Devine, 5th place. Roy Book, 4th place. Craig Harness, 3rd place. Dalton Bain in 2nd place at 3:14 and 42. Your 2026 Winnebago County Fair winner is going to be Mr. Mark Kelsey in the IH 1256. He calls just add dirt. As we roll into our Legacy Ag Whirly Custom Fab 6,200-pound superstock trucks, we're going to have Mr. Mike Baxter on the 86 Chevy. Then we're going to have Neil Rogers, Doug Westfall, Judson Partridge, Nick Skelton, Wes Whitaker, Tim Merchant, and Austin Brummel. Sounds like we got Mike Baxter fired up, heading out to the sled. He will be the test took, hailing out of Ottawa, Illinois. Just a quick warning, these will be a little louder, so if you got sensitive ears, take your finger out of your nose and stick it in your ears, because they will be a little louder. And 17 on the right.
All right, we're ready to go here on our 3.0 diesel side. We have a Jeff Helt out of Waunakee with Ram Top, his 01 Dodge. Jeff was our 2025 points champion on our 3.0 diesel class. He is fighting his way, trying to get back into that spot, sitting right now in 2nd place for season points with 2 hooks left to go for the year. All right, that is not what he was looking for. He had such a great run this afternoon. It looks like we we may need a pull-off on that. Let's see what's going on out there. All right, we're getting a tractor out there so we can get him pulled off the track.
On our 6,200-pound Superstock Legacy Ag Whirly Custom Fab, we're going to have Mr. Neil Rogers got the word that the sled is set, but Mr. Baxter turned it down, so he'll be coming back last. Always a crowd favorite rolling out. Looks like Neil Rogers is at the helm of out of Pawpaw of a 1999 Chevy Suburban. They call what? The Suburban. Neil's taking double driving duty over here in the Rogers Brothers Suburban. Neil drove last night over at the Whiteside County Fair in Morrison. I seen Norm down there at the end of the track. Brothers swap, taking turns. Who's driving? Neil's 2 in a row. He had a good run last night. We'll see what he can do. He'd be the first official hook for our 6,200-pound Superstock truck class. Good hook right there for the Suburban, goes 312 and 61.
All right, back over on that diesel side, we had our first puller back out onto the track, Chris Richoff, ready to roll, but not sure. It looks like he is shut down again, so don't know if we're gonna have to. All right, it looks like we're getting someone back out there to pull him off. Not the luck this class was looking for tonight. They had absolute solid runs this afternoon, and tonight has not been their friend out there on the track. All right, there we are. We're going to wrap up that 3-0 diesel class with PI Motorsports. Third place tonight was Scott Atwater, 294.43. Second place, Chad Harbison, 321.85. Taking home top honor, Sam Johnson and Dynamite at 323.12.
Give him a tough round of applause as he's rolling off the track. That's not what he come here. I know he had a good hook this afternoon. I got to see that one. On the grandstand side, Doug Westfall out of Newark, Illinois, the 1997 Chevrolet 3500 they call the Top Secret. Parks and Westfall entry. Looks like Doug's at the helm of it tonight. 312 and 61 is that distance to beat. Well, I got a quick second. I want to thank a few ISP sponsors. Worley Custom Fab, he's one of our flagship sponsors, along with Legacy Ag, Arneson, Leone's Polaris, Shimmer Chevrolet, Tordai Diesel Service, Dan's Diesel Performance, Calibrated Power Solutions, Gunther Heritage Diesel, Nutrient Ag, and the fire extinguisher used by all ISP officials is the Stop Fire. Doug Westfall, 304 and 66. While I got a quick second, I'm going to invite you all over to DeKalb, Illinois, October 3rd, 2026 for Worley Custom Fab Open House. They're going to have a dyno competition powered by Northwest Dyno Circuit. They're going to have a truck show, vendors booth, food trucks, beer tent, DJ raffle show special, and if nothing else, a wonderful tour around the Worley Custom Fab shop over there on Harvester Road in DeKalb, Illinois. October 3rd will be all day long. No admission, free to come and check everything out that Worley Custom Fab does. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next on the grandstand side, one of the few super stock trucks that have passengers, so see if you can find the passengers. They'll be waving at you. It's going to be Mr. Judson Partridge out of Ottawa, Illinois on a truck he calls the Ogre 1948 Chevrolet. Kids up there in the grandstands, when you see them going by and you see the passengers, give a big wave to them. They're waving back. The passenger is going to be hard to see from the grandstand, but he's hanging out the passenger window. Don't forget to look at the back window and wave at him. I believe the donkey's back there. Here he comes, Judson Partridge and the Ogre. Ogre's all turned up. 3:16.08 for your new leader. 3:16.08 for the Ogre.
All right, on the other side of the track, we're moving into the PI Motorsports Pro Farm Tractors. Pro Farm Tractors. Our first competitor coming out onto the track will be Brad Struder. And here we are, Brad Struder coming to us tonight from Waterford in his Ford 8630 Blue Venom. He will be our first puller here in the Pro Farm class. 3:31.69, 29.1 miles an hour. He will run the first official distance here in our Pro Farm class.
Up next on the grandstand side, we're going to go to Woodstock, Illinois, the 1979 Ford. He calls the team NJS of Nick Skelton. Nick was your winner just 24 hours ago over at the Whiteside County Fair. And 14 for Nick Skelton. And the 10, Team NJS Ford. Close enough. I just, I was looking ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because I... Coming on to the track for us next, we have Gene Larson from Baraboo, the binder grinder, John Deere 4450. Nice run there for Gene Larson, 294.65, 294.65, 25.1 miles per hour.
grandstand side, we got out of Earlville, Illinois, in the 1975 Chevrolet, Mr. Wes Whitaker. We're stacking them up all down there, 314 and 73.
Ready to run for us tonight in their Pro Farm class. We have Stuart Hamill from Velders, Wisconsin. Every once in a while, his John Deere 6030. All right, not the run that Stewart was looking for. He had an outstanding pass this afternoon, but took it down the track, shutting her down at 190.10. 190.10, 18.3 miles per hour. All right, he looked like he had a lot more to give to that track there tonight, but shut her down short.
Up next on the grandstand side, going to be Mr. Tim Merchant out of Serena, Illinois, in his 95 3500 Chevrolet. Engine builder extraordinaire for a lot of these trucks in the class. Here we go, track's clear. Tim Merchant. Looking at that distance of 3:16.08. Tim goes 3:14.04. Boy, we got a bunch of them stacked up.
Next up for us on the PI Pro Farm class, we have Drew Otto, also coming out of Velders, Wisconsin. His John Deere 5010 called the Boss. Our leader in this class is still sitting at the first puller at 331 feet. .28, 25.8 miles an hour.
Stock classes, top 3 in the stock classes. Your checks are ready in the ISP trailer where you signed up. Then we're gonna go to Mr. Austin Brummel out of Hinckley, Illinois, in the Ford he calls the Orange Crush. Do we have any Ford fans out there tonight who thinks Austin can take it? We got one left after Austin, 3:16.08. Still sitting out there set by Jets and Partridge and the Ogre. And 53, one to go, and then we're gonna get into our.
Well, looks like on this side of the track we got the green going. William Leach out of Burlington. Cocky Alice, his AC 22.0. Looking to see if he can beat our leader sitting at 331. We're about halfway through this Pro Farm class. All right, looks like we got a little technical difficulty there with the Cocky Alice. Let's see if he can get it to spool up and get a try on there, or if that's going to be it.
Orange Crush Truck, we need you to move, please. Can we get that Orange Crush Truck to move down the track a little bit farther?
All right, does not look like William Leach is going to get a solid run down the track tonight. We thank him for coming out. Had a nice run this afternoon, but something is just not working for him this evening.
Our final hook in the Legacy Ag Worley Custom Fab 6,200 pound super stock four-wheel class is going to be Mr. Mike Baxter out of Ottawa. He was the first hook, turned it down. We'll see if he can do better. Ho-ho! 320 and 18. That, my friends, is going to be your class winner. 26.7 miles an hour.
All right, hooked up for us on the Pro Farm side, we have Scott Burkhart out of Winnebago. Get her done. His IH 14 is 66. We're halfway through our class of Pro Farm tractors, and it looks like our Super Farms are lined up and ready to go. All right, nice run there for Scott down the track. 328.10. 328.10, sliding him into second place. A 28.2 miles an hour.
Your top five of your 6,200 pound super stock truck class. Fifth place going to go to Nick Skelton. Fourth place going to go to Tim Merchant. Third place, Wes Whitaker. Second place, Judson Parcher in the Ogre at 3:16.08. And your winner, you just seen him. He was the last hook on the 86 Chevrolet at 3:20.18. Mr. Baxter. We ain't for sure if it was Mike or Brandon. Congratulations. Moving right along on the grandstand side, we're going to go to our Big Hitch Products and Tordai Diesel Service. 6,500 pound light pro, Alex Roach, Jason Worley, Joey Tordai, and Jeremy Beats. That's your first four. All right, I guess our lineup's not right. This is Mr. Nathan Rogers. And a truck he calls coming unglued, Mr. Nathan Rogers. That was our mistake. We're on the wrong town. We got Nathan Rogers, Alex Roach, Jeremy Beats, AJ Jess, Jason Worley, Joey Tordai, and then Josh Beats. Nathan goes 3:17 and 11. We went from noise to smoke in the four-wheel drive truck class. We will see if Nathan's going to take that or turn it down.
Next up here on Pro Farm, we have Jerry Shashia from Winnebago. His John Deere 5010 Industrial Strength. All right, there we go. A nice run there for Jerry. 320.40, 320.40, 28.3 miles per hour. Slides him right now into third place with 3 tractors left to go.
All right, Nathan kept that hook. That will be our distance to beat, 3:17 and 11. Alex Roach up next in the Roach Coach. In the Big Hitch Products Tordai Diesel Service 6,500 pound Light Pro 4x4 diesel. 3:16 and 30, 3:16 and 30.
Here we are down to those final 3 tractors in our PI Motorsports Pro Farm class. On the track for us next is our current 2026 points leader, Kelly Bryant out of Brandon, driving the Cruisin' Confusion Case 970. And there we go, a nice run there for Kelly, 3:29.81, 3:29.81, 29.0 miles per hour, looking to slide her into that number 2 spot with 2 tractors left here to go.
On the grandstand side, we got Mr. Jeremy Beats, they call him the Worm, at the helm of the Little Dirty out of Mendota, Illinois. Looking at that distance of 3:17 and 11. He was looking at that distance at 3:17 and 11, goes 3:17 and 36 for the Little Dirty. And Jeremy Beats. Up next, we're going to have AJ Jess and Make Sense on the grandstand side.
On to the track for us next, all the way from Westfield, Wisconsin, we have Derek Mike. It's a binder time, his IH 1066. Our leader in this class is still the first puller, sitting at 331 feet. to 3:21.88, 3:21.88, 28.3 miles an hour.
Backing up to the sled on the grandstand side is going to be Mr. A.J. Jess in a truck he calls Makes Sense. He is your winner just 24 hours ago over at the Whiteside County Fair. He turned down a big hook last night at about 318 feet, I think, turned it down and ended up coming back last and taking it out the gate for the win. Currently, I think your points leader for 2026 with just a few events left to go for the Illini State Pullers. $328.87 for your new leader.
Backing up to the sled now to wrap up our PI Motorsports Pro Farm class tonight. We have a Jim Bingham coming from Brownsville with Grandpa's Toy, the IH-1466 tractor. Jim was the 2025 points champion in our Pro Farm class. Let's see if he's got what it takes to beat that leader, our first puller, at 3:31. .72, 27.9 miles per hour.
Rolling up to the Lowry orange sled's going to be Mr. Jason Worley, currently second in points on a truck he calls Legally Altered. He was looking at that distance of 3:28.87. He goes 3:32.84.
Wrapping up that Pro Farm class tonight in third place was Scott Burkhart at 3:28.10. Second place, Kelly Bryant at 3:29.81. And in first place was Brad Struder at 3:31.69. On to our final PI Motorsports class of the evening, Super Farm Tractors. First up tonight, Matt Lemke from Brownsville. Green Energy, his John Deere 4255. There we go, a nice run to kick off the class. 3:38.50, 3:38.50, 29.7 miles per hour.
Backing up to the sled now. Great friend of mine, I give him a nickname. I call him Joey Soft 17 Tordai. That guy will hit on the Soft 17 at the blackjack table every time he sees it. He's looking at that distance, just put down by Jason Worley at 3:32.84. Joey calls his truck the Checkmate. He was looking at that distance at 3:32. He goes 3:27.43, unofficially right now third place.
Our next tractor up here tonight is Andy Keys out of Waterford, Blue Bayou, his Ford New Holland. 341.63, 29.8 miles an hour, taking over the lead.
Rounding out our 6,500-pound light pro stock trucks, brought to you by Big Hitch Products and Tortai Diesel Service, is going to be Mr. Josh Beats and the Dirty Deer. Here we go, Josh Beats, the Dirty Deer. Josh goes 3:12 and 45. 3:12 and 45 for the Dirty Deer.
Next up here on the Super Farm side, we have Shannon Bennett out of Elkhorn, out of the blue, Ford at 9,000.
Quick rundown of our Big Hitch Products Tortai Diesel Service 6,500-pound light pro class. 7th place going to go to Josh Beats. 6th place, Alex Roach. 5th place going to go to Nathan Rogers. 4th place, Jeremy Beats. 3rd place, Joey Tortai. 2nd place, AJ Jess. And your 2026 winner right here at the Winnebago County Fair is going to be Mr. Jason Worley in the legally altered at 3:32 and 84.
Nice run there, Shannon, down the track at 3:36.71, 3:36.71, 29.1 miles an hour.
Up next on the grandstand side, we're going to have the 12,500 turbo tractors. Steve Mungo, Kane Beal, Austin Cummins, Elijah. You're the first 4 up.
onto the track here on Super Farm side, we have Mason Flack out of Howards Grove, Wisconsin. The Cruisin' Case, a Case 970. Mason has a nice run at 3:37.98 to 3:37.98 at 29 miles an hour even. Just a quick announcement for anyone down there in the pits. They said they will be opening up the back gate in the pit area for anyone that would like to go into the fair to listen to the band. So it sounds like Cherry Pie is playing in the entertainment tent in the fair until midnight.
All right, we just got word in the 12,500 turbo class. Steve Mungle didn't make the call. He's going to drop the left. We got Kane Bile out of Winnebago in the John Deere 5010. Kane goes 2:56 and 43.
Backing up to the sled now, we have Carl Kahn out of Heartland with the Viagra King at this case at 10:70.
Kept the hook, we're rolling, is the word on the track. So we're gonna go to Austin Cummins, Elijah Isles, Ray Woosner, Hora Mungle. That'd be the next four.
Nice run there for the Viagra King. 3:34.57. 3:34.57. 28.7 miles an hour.
Austin Cummins out of Shannon, Illinois on a Ford 9600. Be backing up to the sled next. .278 and 57. For the Ford 9600, Elijah Isles out of Lanark on the Case 930. You're up next.
All right, we're down to those final 4 tractors here in our Super Farm class. Our leader is still the second puller, Andy Keys at 3:41. Next up, Michael Baker out of Shannon, Illinois. Fat Bottom Girl, a John Deere 5020. Wow, what a run! Awesome! Down the track and our new leader, 3:43.70. 3:43.70. 29.8 miles an hour. Taking over that #1 spot.
Here we go, Elijah Isles out of Lanark on the Case 930. 2:65 and 84. Ray Woosner, you're up next, all the way from Milledgeville in the John Deere 4440.
Next up for tonight on our Super Farm side, we have Gary Shavink out of Reedsburg. New attitude, his 1466 IHC. Our mark to meet just set by that lax puller sitting out there at 343 feet. Taking it for a run, Gary Shavink, 341.47, 341.47, 29.9 miles an hour, slides him into third place with 2 tractors left to go.
Ray Woosner, 283 and 39. That's your new leader. After our 12,500 turbo class, we are going to go into, I believe, our open class. Oh yeah, 6,500 pound open. We're about halfway through our 12,500 turbo class. You want to hear some noise? It's a very good class. I think we got 10, well, maybe not, 2, 4, we got 7 open. We're going to see twin Hemis. We're going to see a V12 Allison. We'll see tractors, a couple 2-wheel drive trucks. So it'll be quite the open class.
Here we are down to those final 2 Super Farm tractors, seeing if anyone can beat that 343. Next up, we have Dan Schultz from Dyersville, Iowa. Binder Express, his IH1066. He'll take the next run down the track here on his Super Farm tractor. take the lead, 3:49.15. 3:49.15, taking over that #1 spot, cruising down the track at 30 miles an hour.
On the grandstand side, we're going to have Hora Mungo out of Woodstock on the IH 1066.
Tractor here in our Super Farm class, and none other than Brian Gunderson, our 2025 points champion and current leader in the Super Farm points. Coming to us tonight from Waterford, Gunsmoke, his John Deere 4055.
Right there for Hora, 246 and 29.
All right, last up here, Brian Gunderson. There he goes, 3:43.27, 3:43.27. We'll take a quick peek to get those final results. All right, those final results tonight are top 3 in our PI Motorsports Super Farm class. Third place tonight was Brian Gunderson, 3:43.27. Second place, Michael Baker, 3:43.70. And in first place, Dan Schultz, 3:49.15.
Up next on the grandstand side, going to be Mr. Levi Bacher out of Leaf River on the John Deere 4320. Bacher on the grandstand side, looking at that distance of 278 or 283 and 39. Levi Bacher goes 261 and 24. 261 and 24. Up next on the grandstand side, out of Sublette, Illinois on the 4455, it's going to be Mr. Looks like Owen Althouse, maybe. Looks like Owen's going to be in the seat. Goes 305 and 22, 305 and 22 for your new leader. Three to go in our 12,500 pound turbo tractor class. And then I believe we're going to go to the open class on the grandstand side. And I think we're going to go right now, starting the stock diesel class on the infield side on the yellow sled. Looks like we got Andy Reeder out of Byron in the 2018 GMC. Looks like the right vehicle. With three to go on our 12,500 pound side. And then we're going to go to the open tractors. Justin Post, Clay Cargola, and Tom Van Huysen. You'll be the first three. Again, three to go on the grandstand side. All right, here we go. Looks like we got Greg Patterson out of Harvard on the IH 1066 on the grandstand side, and Alan Reeder out of Byron on the 2018 GMC on green flags on the infield side. And 76, 260 and 76. He will have the option to take that or turn it down. And we'll get Greg Peterson out of Harvard on the grandstand side. Pulls good, all good on the infield side, so that's our distance to beat, 260 and 76. .306.07, new leader. On the stock diesel side, infield side, Mason Blanchard out of Sandwich in an 04 Chevy, Corbin Lowry out of Pecatonica in 05 Chevy, and then Dan Clark out of Dwight, Wisconsin on the 2005 Chevy. Kane Beal out of Winnebago coming up on the Massey Ferguson 1155, and then Steve Mungle, he dropped to the bottom, had a little issue in the pits, so he'll be back on the IH 1066 to round out the 12,500 turbo tractor class. And then again, we'll go to our 6,500 pound open class. Mason goes 241 and 38, 241 and 38. Here we go, Kane Beal, Massey Ferguson 1155. looking at 3:06 and 07. .257 and 84. 257 with an 84 on the right. Steve Mungo on the Woodstock on the IH 1066. You're going to round out the 12,500 pound turbo class. On the infield side is going to be Corbin Lawling out of Pecatonica. Right here, your hometown guy, 2005 Chevrolet. .256 and 27, 256 and 27. Currently in second place. We'll get Steve down the track. Put a few 2,000 pound bricks in the pan, in the box up there, and then we'll go open Poland. Got a little mixed variety in that class. Here we go. Last one down the track for the tractor class. .251 and 83, 251 and 83. Your top five for the 12,500 turbo class. Fifth place going to go to Elijah Isles. Fourth place going to go to Austin Cummings. Third place, your top three. Ray Woosner. Second place is going to go to Patrick Althouse, and your winner is going to go to Greg Peterson out of Harbor in the IH 1066. Chevy and Dan Clark goes 294 and 37. 22.9 roaring miles an hour down the track. Your new leader, as we just get this class started. Josh Hanna out of Earlville, you're up next. Gavin Doty, Dan Offenheiser on the. Oh, this looks like Mark Kelsey. I don't have Mark Kelsey on the 12,000 pound. That was Mark Kelsey, just went 351 and 83. I didn't have him on my list. So I'm not sure. Someone's going to have to give me some clarification if that was an exhibition hook or if Mark was actually in that class. All right, we're going to add some weight to the sled down there. You'll see him bringing the big hook over, put some big 2,000 pound chunks in. But we're going to keep going on the stock diesel side. This should be Josh Hanna out of Earlville. Nice hook, 275 and 58. Unofficially second place. Only a couple Fords in the class. Here's the first one. Gavin Doty out of Rockton at 06 F250. Ron Grants, if you can hear me there in the staging area, you will be after Ronnie Saltzman. You will go right before the two exhibition hooks. So you'll be hook number 14. Ron Grant, you'll go after Ronnie Saltzman. Here we go. Gavin Doty. .221 and 42. 221 and 42. Dan Offenheiser, Jake Ackerman, Jed DeGraff, next three up on the stock diesel side. Again, Ron Grants, if you can hear me, you are going to be hook number 14 after Ronnie Saltzman. And then we'll do the two exhibition hooks. Well, I got Dan Offenheiser, I hope that's right. 03 GMC, 262 and 61. I can only go by what I got up here on the paper. All right, looks like we're going 6,500 pound open. Justin Post, Plum Crazy, two-wheel drive. Big block blown. These will be very loud. Got the thumbs up. That's our distance right there. 290 and 84. Good hook. Just in post. Now we're going four-wheel drive truck. And we're rolling. Got the word. Clay Cargola out of Sandwich. And the 2007 Chevy, he calls the Road Rage, is going to be up next. And on our stock diesel side, I got Jake Ackerman in an 06 Dodge. At least we got a Dodge on the track. Steph, I think we're in good shape. And 270 and 29 if you're keeping track at home. Unofficially third place, I believe. Here we go, Clay Cargola and the Road Rage in our 6,500-pound open class. Oh, Jason Brammer's got him stopped there, 238 and 76. Jed DeGraff made the trip north from Sterling in the 06 Dodge and goes 234 and 91. On the open side, we're going to go back to the two-wheel drivers. Tom Van Huysen out of Morrison in the 36 Chevrolet. He calls the fun end. Tom was a longtime sled operator and owner till 3 years ago, I think. He sold it about 3 years ago and jumped on the other end of the sled. and 74, 260 and 74. Unofficially second place. GMC stock with the Duramax, Todd Hollis out of German Valley. He was your winner just 24 hours ago. 2:56 and 52. Up next on the grandstand side, ladies and gentlemen, this vehicle is going to be much, much louder. You're like, how can it be any more louder? Well, he's got two engines sitting on this, two Hemis to be exact. Probably about 6,000 horsepower, I'm guessing, give or take 10. It's going to be Logan Dornbush on the Joker out of Albany, Illinois. Listen real close, you can hear him fire up. One engine, then you'll hear, there's one. Now listen real close. There's the other one. On the stock diesel side, we're going to have Clay Winter out of Elizabeth in his 2018 Chevrolet, but we got Logan Dornbush coming up on the Joker. Now's a good time for a picture opportunity to watch the Dornbush and the Joker head down the track right here at the Winnebago County Fair. For Logan Dornbush and the Joker. Clay Winter coming up next. .46 and 67. right, here's something a little different for you as well. This is going to be brother Austin Dornbush in the Time Maker with the V12 Allison. Robbie Thurl out of Davis Junction, you're going to be up next in your 2007 F-250 on the stock diesel side. And we got Austin Dornbush on the Time Maker. And 69. And that's your new leader. 1,710 cubic inches is what that V12 Allison. Robbie Thurl of Davis Junction, 2007 Ford F-250 up next. He got shut down before the 100. They're going to just pull him back, give him another try. All right, here comes Judson Partridge. You've seen the ogre hanging out the side window with the donkey in the back. Well, here's the donkey hanging out the side window, and I'm not sure if the ogre's hanging out the back or not. Ogre's driving, that's Judson Partridge. No, not part of the Partridge family. Well, kinda. 1937 Chevrolet he calls the donkey. Hails out of Ottawa, Illinois. 175.02, 175. And 51 for the donkey. To round out our 6,500-pound open class is going to be Mr. Mark Kelsey out of Davis, Illinois on the IH 1256 on a tractor he calls Just Add Dirt. On the stock side, it looks like we're going to have Ronnie Saltzman out of Ottawa on the 2007 Chevy. And Ron Grants, if you can hear me, you're going to follow Ronnie Saltzman. And then we're going to have 2 exhibition hooks. Saltzman at 263 and 63. On the grandstand side, this will be the final hook of the 6,500 open. It's going to be Mr. Mark Kelsey out of Davis on the Just Add Dirt IH 1256. And hopefully Ron Grant's heard me. He's going to be the next one up on the stock diesel side. And then we've got 2 exhibition hooks. Walk-off homer. All right, I'll give you the rundown. 7th place going to go to Clay Cargola. 6th place, Tom Beinheisen. 5th place, Justin Post. 4th place, Judson Partridge. 3rd place, Logan Dornbush. 2nd place, Austin Dornbush. And your winner, did you see him, Mark Kelsey, on the Just Add Dirt Ice 1256. Mark is also the promoter of our Winnebago County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull, along with the track builder. All right, I believe this is going to be Ron Grant's out of Genoa, 2005 Chevy 2500. Top 3 of the stock diesel trucks. Give us about 5 minutes and you will get your payout over at the ISP trailer where you signed in. And I've got 2 14,000-pound tractor guys that did not collect. We don't think. All right, that rounds out our stock diesel. That's who just went. Yep. Margie Sebring, exhibition hook on the 2026 Chevrolet. And then we got Jacob Hanners out of Rockford, believe this or not, and the 2013 Cummins school bus. All right, give you the top 3 of our stock diesel. Jake Ackerman out of Winnebago, you go number 3. Josh Hanna out of Earlville, you go number 2. And Dan Clark out of DeWitt, Wisconsin, you are the winner of the 2026 Winnebago County Fair stock diesel. Again, those top 3, you will be paid at the ISP trailer. Add a couple minutes to get it. Oh, looks like we're going to put the school bus on the grandstand side.
swish, 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 swish. The wipers on the bus go swish, 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 swish. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 beep. The people on the bus go up and down, up and down, up and down. The people on the bus go up and down, up and
There we go. 2013 coming school bus. Who would ever thought?
the
Look it out, it's got chrome wheels and everything.
wham, 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 wham. The babies on the bus go wham, 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 wham. The mummies on the bus go shh, 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 shh. The daddies on the bus go shh, 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 shh.
Let's give them a hand. 271 and 66, and on this side we have Margie Sebring running down it. Ladies and gentlemen, from ISP and the PI group that just left, we appreciate you spending your Saturday evening with us right here at the Winnebago County Fair Truck and Tractor Pull. From me, Mike Sauter, and everybody with ISP, thank you. Please drive safe home, and Cherry Pie is playing in the entertainment. Thank you. If you're headed home, please drive safe.